Security.
Attention Twitter staff.
Hey, it's Jesus.
Please give me your full attention. After my recent ultimatum, those who could come to work but did not come to work, their resignations have been accepted. It has been determined that those of you who remain have the potential for greatness. All Twitter offices will soon be locked down and your passes disabled. Now it is time to separate the weak from the hardcore. Resignation accepted.
Get some news about your wife. Oh, to hell with my wife, Witcher. We've got bigger concerns. Such as? You've spent your life hunting monsters, but the truth is we're the monsters, Witcher. Look at us, cisgendered white males warming ourselves in front of a roaring fire while marginalised people are suffering. What are you jabbering about? I'm talking about ESG, Witcher, social justice. Look at my men. They're all whiter than you, Witcher, and that's saying something. Now listen to me, Philip. It's not Philip anymore, Witcher. I'm Philippa now, the bloody Baroness. That's right, Witcher. I've gone trans. I don't even know what that means. It means I'm a biological male, Witcher, but I want to be more like a woman. Like Dandelion? Exactly, Witcher. I knew you'd understand. No. They double vaccinated me and gave me 5 booster shots. Look at the state of me. But I'd do it all again. This is what we have to do to protect people. They gave my buddy 13 shots. He's dead now.
You killed someone?
Wasn't me. But then I'm just getting warmed up. Now, who wants the first jab? And the rest of you, why aren't you wearing your masks?
Or any menstruating person in this country cannot make decisions over their own body.
Even limit their ability to get gender affirmation treatment in their state.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
And we will make America great again. God bless you. I love you.
Racist!
and what size?
This one's from Jeremy in Wisconsin. And it says, Toffee Brand Coffee is the best coffee in the world. Thanks for the grift.
Anyway, I'm going to find out who this quartering character is, and when I do, he's going to get a bit of the old ice-cold treatment.
Went from loathing Brie Larson to being the unofficial #1 fan site for Brie Larson.
How about a handshake? You're gonna give me your jacket, your helmet, and your motorcycle, and in return, I'm gonna let you keep your hand.
R.I.P. your butter, Melanie.
I know. He broke my butter. It looks so naked over here in the corner now.
Wait a minute. What happened to your butter? Tell the story. We're live now, by the way, just in case.
I had this gigantic, for those who know, you see this gigantic butter stick that was next to Lara Croft. It's an inflatable pool toy.
Oh, it's inflatable.
Yeah.
Now, enough said. Yeah, I knew.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And then I just earlier today, I was like, okay, let me get ready to record some videos. I walk in here, that pool toy's on the ground, deflated, holes in it. So I know
completely
my
destroyed.
My cat Edward had to have attacked it last night. He's
Your new
running.
cat.
Look, he's running right now. He's crazy.
The black cat energy is high.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what might be weird? There might be something to that because my black cat is really being a real bastard today. There must be something going on because he's like jumping all over me, and then like he gets locked up at night because, well,
you don't trust him?
The incident.
Right.
Yeah, well. Ever since I've locked all the cats upstairs at night, except for Colt, no more extra free scents from the cats have happened.
Okay.
And so, like, I feel bad locking them up at night because that was the one time they would come down. But I'm like, I can't risk it. Like, I can't.
You can only replace your furniture so many times.
Yeah, there's 1,200 square feet upstairs. And, like, I moved my office down here partly so I could give them yet another room upstairs that has like different cat stuff and stimulation stuff and like hammocks in the windows and like so they have they have 3 bedrooms plus a hallway plus a big bathroom that I have a pool in there that has it's like a gel pool with toys that are in the gel.
Oh, okay.
And they like. And it's like really thick on top. It's made for cats. So they have like another
Also
playroom in
toddlers,
there.
Sounds like.
What's that?
It sounds like also something toddlers would like.
Yeah, right. It probably started out as that. So, yeah, it's whatever,
How are your black cats today, Hannah? Are they being good?
I don't know who that is, Melanie Mac.
Yeah, Melanie, ouch, right in the heart.
Oh, Hannah Claire, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I've never done that. This is my first time doing that.
Yeah.
It's okay. We all
Hannah
make
Claire,
mistakes.
guys. She's not Hannah. She's Hannah Claire. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're okay. I
bitch.
Honest mistake. You're not like some people who do it on purpose.
Yeah.
My black cats are good. The short-haired black cat you guys see sometimes is like she has weird, like she's running a lot right now. She also always has hated her kids. So she's being extra aggressive with them. And the long-haired black cat, who's one of her children, is like, I think he might be blind. Because he always, like my infant has like silicone like teether toys and he'll steal them, but he approaches like with his ear out, like from an angle. And
Also,
then
he's listening.
He's listening, or if you're like holding something and he wants it, he'll like approach you with his ear. And I don't know if his ears are just dominant or if he's blind. He's really easily startled. I don't know what it is, but he's a character, and I don't know why his mom hates him so much.
Hey,
he'll do nothing, and she'll like hit him in the face.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. That's very cat behavior. To be honest, that's also super on brand for black cats. You know?
Yeah, I think they have a group chat, and they're like, "Hey, tonight we're going crazy. We're breaking stuff." Yeah.
Yeah.
The best one is right now they're all like running on the back of my couch. So at any given time, you're about to get like run over by a stampede of cats, and you know it's their world, and I just live here.
Yeah, right. By the way, I do want to shout out to everyone who tuned in on Twitch yesterday and used their Amazon Prime subscription. There was a bunch of people that did it after the show. So Spicy Misty, DJ Stable Genius, Old Grumpy Sailor, Quinarian 97, Null 8, Enigmatic Rodin, Scooter Bob, Wildcat, Joe Cool, BRBB, Fat Man, and Burp all subscribed with their Twitch Prime. By the way, that is one way you don't have, obviously we prefer you watch a Rumble, but one great way to support the show is occasionally if you want to tune in over at twitch.tv/thequartering, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe with Prime, which gives the show $5. You get a shout out, and it's totally free for you. Like Amazon gives it, you don't even have to pay for it. So, yeah.
Yesterday they came rolling in. I mean, I'm grateful.
We had
for
like
it,
20 after the show. We had like 20 after the show. That's crazy. I mean, at this rate, if we can just get like, 20 a day for a month. By the way, also Rumble Premium, we have a free month. Promo code FREEQUartering still works. So if you want no ads on Rumble, now's the time. Wait, somebody says in chat, Jason, who's about to be banned, Jeremy, stop being a bitch and let the girls put their hair up. I got you, girls. Trying to help you out. I don't care if it is 100 degrees. I don't care if it's humid. I don't care if they have flyaways and they're worried about it. They're going to get a keratin straightening treatment, and that hair is going to be down and straight. Like that is
something we can expense the company for, because I'm down. Like
I would be open to the conversation. All right, that's how like strongly I feel.
I'm very on the fence about cutting my hair pretty short.
Maggie's hair is always down. She knows the rule.
She was gifted a Dyson Airwrap for Christmas one year.
Yeah,
to not put it up.
Somebody told me about the Dyson. Did you tell me that? I got one for my wife. She really liked it.
Dyson's great.
You got one for Mrs. The Quartering?
Yeah, and it was like her favorite color too, and I was like, sweet. But she really likes it because I wrecked her. Remember, I don't know if you remember, but I wrecked her last hair dryer trying to melt the ice when my furnace went off.
And I remember being like, you have to upgrade her to the Airwrap.
Yeah,
there's some debate about Shark as a competitor. I mean,
yeah. Well, Dyson has the aesthetics, though. Shark. I like my cleaning lady uses a Shark, and she says it works awesome. Like a lot of people have their products say they work awesome, but some people with their brands. Macho Pete subscribed.
Things, okay? Let your wife live.
Yeah. Macho Pete subscribed on Twitch. Shout out. It begins. Andrew Rob says, I saw the new Superman movie, and if I have to be honest with y'all, Superman shouldn't get involved with other countries' conflicts and should only focus on crimes and villains and terrorists in the U.S. I agree with you. I agree. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, only true for Captain America,
At the risk of sharing spoilers, that's a huge plot point, though.
That's probably why they're mentioning that. Yeah.
Right. That's a huge plot point. So I'm not going to spoil anything, but yeah.
Oh, people get like salty. Jeremy is an illegal cleaning lady. No, it's actually my friend's girlfriend, and she's very white, and she's almost whiter than Hannah Claire.
Oh my gosh, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, I know. She walks around with aluminum foil around her skin all the time.
Is she like an 8th generation Minnesotan or Wisconsinite as well?
Yeah.
Wisconsinite?
Mennonite, probably. But there's some interesting news to talk about today. A CEO basically got caught in, I don't know what the equivalent is. This is more than 8K. This is like 800K. And I'll have
many witnesses.
I know. Jack Sauce, yeah. Also just subscribe to the Prime on Twitch. Dude, if this could be a thing, like 20 people a day subscribing on Twitch or Kick. Once our YouTube channel gets monetized, hopefully we'll get members there. And hopefully people will sign up for a free month of Rumble Premium. And maybe I'll get to pay you. I don't know if the chat knew this, but so you may not believe me, but PayPal had they used to like send me a phone notification when somebody sent me an invoice. And I know PayPal sucks, but I'm very bad at keeping receipts and like, this is how I make my staff bill me. So I just have it all in one place. And like Corporal Velasquez says, if the girls can't have the hair up, then we need to implement a hat ban. Let your hair down. Look, my hair is straight. That's all you need to know. It's a little, when I get my plugs after I get my divorce, it's on.
Jeremy,
I'm going full Fabio.
Melanie, did you hear? Apparently, there's someone like with confidence, full chest, said that Jeremy has been
Hillary Crowder, Steven Crowder's ex-wife.
She said it. I didn't even know.
She said that.
She said that. Yeah.
What possessed her to make such a statement? What the?
She doubled down too.
Did she see our stream the other day and she's mad because we called her out?
No. That might be. But she said it. She stated it as fact. And even when I like implied, wow, that's a libelous statement. She's like, well, many conservatives are talking about it. I'm like, what? Literally nobody is.
How are you just gonna hop on there and just start a rumor pulling it out of her butthole? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
I said this yesterday, Melanie, but you're here and I need to lose.
By the way, even if it's true, that's kind of a bitch move.
Oh, it 1,000% is. But that's just the thing is she's already shown no character with dropping everything she has in that ring video and all that kind of stuff about what's going on between her and her ex-husband and their whole divorce situation. It's just like people should not, and especially somebody else, you're just going to try to make that a topic of discussion. We can never, ever, ever know the intricacies of what a divorce and what surrounds a divorce. You can never know that. And so I just feel like that's something that's absolutely nobody's business, that the internet needs to see all that.
And I stand by, like, Jeremy would be the biggest psycho, which, you're a bold, crazy person.
It could be true.
Like,
yeah.
The fact that you drop lore about your wife consistently the entire time I've worked with you. Like, you're like, yeah, we're going on a date tonight. Oh, I got her the Dyson Airwrap. Oh, my wife's downstairs making cookies. Like, if you were divorced and living alone and just, like, randomly sprinkling in
it's just a hair doll. I pulled the last of her hair out of the drain in the shower and I created a little doll.
You just cry every night and you make up new stories. You don't want to accept that she's gone. Like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
That actually triggers me though, that she would do that.
First of all, why would you divorce shame people? And especially if you are divorced. Like, let's say it was true. Let's say it was true. Are you saying that's a burn? Like, lady, you're divorced too. Like, I mean, I don't understand. Tank says, look at sports radio legend Mike Francesca's review of Superman. It's pure gold. Maybe we'll look at that. I do want to mention, though, I haven't mentioned it very often, and so I'm only going to mention it. I'm going to mention it today. We are doing I almost never put before we get into the stories, which we're going to do next, we're going to talk about that CEO. I almost never can put my K-Cups on sale because we're a small business and, like, I can't make 20,000 of them at a time and get them for like a nickel, But we have a site-wide K-Cup sale right now, up to 25% off on all of our K-Cups. And tangerine and cherry cordial, this is going to be the last time you can get them. So if you haven't tried them, they're 25% off. Pick them up today. Pick up a bunch of them. K-Cups last a long time. They last like 6 months to a year. Stock up. Our butterscotch toffee was a top seller. That's on sale. Our blueberry cobbler's on sale, our premium medium roast, our dark roast, everything's on sale on the website, coffeebrandcoffee.com. It's also linked in the description, but I hope we can have a big sales day because I want to move all of the product that we have in our warehouse and start moving it to, just doing Amazon exclusively. So who's making that note? Oh, my cat's fighting?
Oh, it's the Black Cat group
Doc.
chat.
Black cat energy.
Oh, Huck just went over there to break him up.
Oh, I
Doc,
love
like,
it when
him-
a dog will break up the cats fighting. My
Yeah,
dog
they were
does that
fighting,
to
and
me.
he just like he's like literally standing in between them right now.
That's
He's like,
what's
Like not
Kids-
while we're working.
What's funny is my dog is a little Maltipoo, so she's smaller than the cats. But if she chases them, they're scared of her.
So
Yeah.
funny.
Docky,
She's doing it with
good
confidence.
boy,
And that's
Huck.
the key here.
Yeah, good boy, Huck. He got up from his slumber and was like, "Hey, kids, knock it off." And he's like 100 pounds, so it's a little different than the Maltipoo. They're like, "Please, no step. Please,
Yep.
no step on me." Okay, so link in. I'll put the links in the chat. Stock up today, and let's go this. Oh, by the way, shout out to BC Dempt 84 who subscribed on Twitch. I'm going to be doing a video game stream later tonight. You know what kind of sucks is
Jeremy's new favorite platform. Sorry, Rumble. Just
yeah,
kidding.
no. Rumble's my favorite platform. I suspect
I
people
know
are
they
just
are.
kind of popping over there to support, which is great. I want to stream video games, but when I stream video games, I like want to stream them to more people. And I feel like Expedition 33 is kind of a dead, like,
right, because it's
yeah.
older.
So I might stream a different game tonight. Like, I don't know.
Sims 2? Is that what you're gonna stream?
Sims 2, it's in the running. Maybe I might like stream Warzone or something newer. Just because it's kind of a bummer. Like, I'm committing time to streaming video games, and like, really, people aren't really watching Expedition 33 now. It's been out forever, and the people that aren't watching it, or the people that are watching it, are like also kind of like, I don't want to get spoiled. People were like waiting for my reaction to them killing off my ultimate Chad guy. One thing I'll say though, they killed off Gustav, who everyone said he was like a soy boy.
He wasn't.
That's
I love
not
him.
true.
I love him.
Yeah, he's not a soy boy at all. He's 100% like all
great.
Chad all the time. But then I don't know much more because I'm only a little bit past where they killed him off. But they like immediately replaced him with another Chad.
That guy's a total Chad too. I love him too.
Yeah, like I was like, I don't want to go forward with that. I remember like saying to myself, I'm like, man, I don't want to go forward with an all-female like crew. I gotta have at least one sausage and not all these buns. And like, so like they immediately. My bummer is that like I figured based on the fact that he was able to fight the bad guy and like stand his ground, I thought he would be a higher level when he joined my party. It was like when in Final Fantasy VII when Sephiroth joins your party. It's like this guy should be like crazy OP. Yeah, like but he isn't crazy OP.
Man, I made him really good. Like how I had his abilities and the weapons and stuff and those extra buffs that you could put on them.
Yeah, I like his weapons a lot. They're fun.
I made him so good. Like he was insane I like min-maxed the heck out of him. He was amazing.
I haven't done any what are they called? Red coats. Like right now I'm just kind of leveling everything equally or like, whatever gets multiple points.
See, I'm very like
I pick like, like if you're I swear we're going to talk about the story in a second, but allow Melanie and I to nerd out here about video games. But like,
Well, I'm having a great time. I'm learning all kinds of jargon.
Where you get like, you have experience points to disperse. I just pick whichever ones you get into like multiple, like any multipliers, like your weapon or whatever.
Right.
So if you get like 3 buffs for 1 point, that's where I've been putting all my points. The last couple levels, I've just been upping HP because like if I fuck up one parry, I'm dying. So I'm like, well, I need to like, I think I need more hit points. So I've been dumping into that lately. I really like the new combat mechanic. What is it called? Like he teaches you that new parry, and it probably gets old later in the game.
Yeah,
because it's like
I think it's sprinkled in just the right amount. They don't overdo it.
Okay, well, I'm in the area where they are overdoing it because they probably want you to get good at it. Yeah. And I'm like, this is awesome, but I'm already like, I'm like looking at my watch. I'm like,
when
all right.
you get in those late boss fights, though, it's like, whew, it's so much pressure. Then they implement things but it's sprinkled in just the right amount, but it just adds so much to the point of where it feels like you're playing an instrument. When you beat these later bosses, I would cry. There was a couple of them I actually cried after beating the boss just because I couldn't believe I actually did it.
I did have a bit of an adrenaline dump after that boss. Well, I had an adrenaline dump after I thought I had to fight. Like when he got stabbed, when the, what do they call him, the old man or the man in the coat or whatever they call that bad guy, and then you have to fight him. I was like, oh my god! And then I saw I had 1 HP. I'm like, oh okay, this is just
exactly
yeah. But then you fight a boss before that a little bit,
and that was a tough boss before that.
Yeah. I died a couple times. And then when I finally beat him, I was like, oh, finally. It's good. Yeah, so I like that stuff a lot. Jeremy, check out the game Subsistence if you like survival games. I might just whore out and play whatever's popular tonight. If I'm going to stream video games, I want to grow that side of the channel too. And if nobody wants to watch Expedition 33, then, what can you do? I can't really. So anyway.
You can't make people like your stuff,
Yeah. I'm going to hand this over to Hannah Claire to take the lead. CEO caught red-handed. This I'm sure by now everyone's seen the video, but let's just take a look at the video here.
I think you got in the wrong monitor.
And I have the wrong monitor. Here's the video.
Stage here.
Yeah.
This is not a huge concert. Just so everyone understands.
Coldplay
this is at
concert.
Boston. Yeah, this is a massive concert. There's 70,000 people here.
All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
By the way, this fucking chick, mark my words, she works there too, and she knows about the affair.
I bet
she does work there. That's what's come out.
Look at her face. She knows. She knows. I was like, okay, so I had a feeling.
Apparently, she's another coworker. I mean, this is all confirmed through internet research, so bear with me a little bit. But from what I had read, the latest update was that this girl, who's super embarrassed, works there and was recently promoted by the woman who is an HR executive at the company where this guy is a CEO. And I just find this to be is there poetic justice to it? Apparently, so really,
there is.
You don't know.
Just so we're clear, they're all married.
Yeah,
she's cheating and he's cheating.
Yes, and this jumbotron pans to them during this concert. He drops to the ground. She just turns around. They're both hiding. I love that the lead singer is like, are you having an affair or are you just shy? And then the internet is confirmed. It's an affair. Also the other thing that I saw was apparently his wife had her first maiden name and then her married last name on Facebook, and she's taken off the married last name. So
I saw that.
went viral.
Yeah.
This concert was last night. I mean, within 4 hours, these people had been identified.
Wow.
What's so savage about it is first of all, I feel really bad for his wife and her husband.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
If we peel back the layers of the onion here, first of all, we have a CEO sleeping with an employee.
Yep.
Huge issue. Huge. Yep. If hourly employees are banging, whatever, you're the CEO of the company. Let me tell you what's going to happen. This woman who he had an affair with, they're going to break up. Okay. And then she's going to sue him and win. That's what's going to happen. This is I went through this at my company. Our co-CEO was sleeping with an hourly wagee. And he got busted. And he had 30% of the company. And the company was worth about $600 million when this happened. And he was banging some 20-year-old girl, and he was in his 40s. Listen to this. Okay. My boss, okay, I was right underneath the CEO. I was CMO. The CEO, the co-CEO was his brother. They were both married to sisters.
Oh no.
So when his brother banged an employee, he cheated on the CEO's sister-in-law, basically. And then obviously that's that puts the brother in a horrible situation. First of all, if you're the CEO doing this, you're fired anyway. You're done. Like if they have a board of directors, you're done. But like, of course, after this woman was fired, she sued him and won. Of course. Because they're like, well, I was just an innocent bystander I was in love and now I lost my job. That's crazy. That's not. So, by the way, also, thanks to Original Chase, who subscribed with Prime, and Samurai Jake, who subscribed with Prime, and Sneaky Pete, also subscribed with Prime. Like, this is bad. Like, this guy is going to be gone from the company by the end of the week.
For sure, but stuff like this is just a testament that if you're doing some shady things, it will get exposed to some capacity. Don't think that you're immune. The same thing with like these serial killers and stuff. Like, you just gotta, if you're doing something bad in secret, you're gonna pay for it.
Unless you're BTK.
This isn't even really in secret. Like, that's sort of what, like, I feel
everyone at work obviously knew.
Well, yeah, and they're comfortable enough to be like, well, we'll go to a huge concert. Like, it's not, I mean, it's wrong no matter what if they're parading it publicly or if they're hiding it.
Right.
Cheat, but like, in this case, they're like, okay, we'll go on a date, bring this other girl from our company, and like, that must be awful.
Well,
I wasn't making a statement that it's like, oh, actually, they're all separated from their spouses. And
they weren't.
Different.
Yeah, they weren't.
They weren't. But this stuff does. I mean, they're fairly private citizens. This stuff does get memory hold. Let's never forget that Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez were an affair initially.
Right.
Yep.
Now we're like, oh, look at their wedding, and people are celebrating what a power couple they are. I mean,
not me. I mean, I'll never forget. Like, I always told this to my friends. Like, look, when you're in high school and you cheat, it's whatever. Like, I know, Melanie, it's not okay. Baby Jesus Christ. But I'm saying,
married for
when
sure.
you're in high school, like, I used to date around a lot. And you would, like, basically start dating the new girl before, and then you'd break up with the old girl. That was not uncommon. That's not what this is. This is a 60-year-old man, 50s probably, and another 50-year-old. By the way, it looks like this guy, while he's got his arms around, he's got 2 scoops of grape nuts right there. There are people in the replies that were like, oh, that's just his work wife, and they're blowing off some steam.
Oh,
I've got another story about work wives too, but like,
that's bad too, dude. Stop with this work wife, husband. Oh,
I've told you guys a story about that, right? Like,
no.
I had a work wife that I didn't even know about, and I couldn't figure out. Like, I would always go out to lunch because actually, while I was working there, I was doing my YouTube channel, so I would go into my car at lunch and do like videos, or I would go home for lunch and do like videos. It's like I didn't quit my IRL job until I was making very, very good money on YouTube. You know, I didn't take the plunge early because I had a job. My salary at that place was like $100,000 plus bonus. So I was like, that's stupid. I'm not going to quit for stupid YouTube videos. And I liked it. Yeah. There was only 3 guys that worked there, and there was 96 women. So it was not like, when I could leave, I was happy to leave because you can only fix the flippin' water bottle so many times. Jeremy, the water bottle's out. Jeremy, there's a spider on my desk. I'm like, I'm not getting laid by any of you. You guys deal with it. But I found out.
That's what I know about Jeremy.
What's that?
That you always dealt with it. That's what I know about you.
That's true. I did. But so then I go, so what ends up happening is our company gets acquired. And they only keep like a handful of people. One of the people that kept was me, but they laid off my whole department. So then I said, well, now's probably just a good time to take the severance because there was like a 3-month severance pay. And they were only going to keep me on for like 2 months to teach them everything I knew about the marketing and stuff. And I was like, nah, I'll just get fired. That's cool. I've never been fired before. So I took the severance, and then we had a party after, and all the people that got laid off from my department, and this, for whatever reason, this girl who had just had a kid, she couldn't come. So then I was like, you know, all these girls are like, oh, it's finally we get to have lunch with the mythical Jeremy. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, could ask me to go lunch anytime you want. Like, I went out to lunch every day by myself for the most part. Or this chick would be like, hey, you want to go to whatever? Mm-hmm. Turns out she was like getting mad at the other girls there if like we would go out to lunch, or like I'm so I guess I'm so like I saw none of it. I had no idea. You know what I mean? Like,
because your intentions weren't there. You're just
I'm like I don't know. I'm like all these other people are always ordering in lunch. I was always like I'm not going to pay somebody to deliver food. I'm going to go on the clock and go eat somewhere. And like so I guess they're like you didn't know. She used to get so mad if we would like sometimes I would go out with the other girls. Like we'd go to the salad bar at the grocery store and like do salads. And then apparently she would.
Jeremy has always been one of the girls. He's going with the girls.
I know, yeah.
Corporate job.
Well, I was trying to get healthy when I worked there. I was like doing the Fitbit thing. So then I was like,
salads, Jeremy. I understand.
Yeah, and so I had no flipping idea. By the way, this woman had 3 kids, and like she was, I guess, very possessive, and I had no idea. Maybe if I was like single, I would have picked up on it, but like I wasn't into it. I wasn't. You know. I was just like, why does this chick always want to go out to lunch with me? I guess like, but yeah. Anyway, work wives are not a thing, and it's cheating. Like if you are, it's not even it's like a funny joke, that people who cheat on their wives or husbands tell. Like it's emotional cheating.
It is.
It's a different kind, you know? That's why like whenever I go out to lunch with the women in the office, many of them were much older than me. And like, I would always be like, let's go as a group. I was cognizant of that. Like, I was like, well, I'm not going to go out, like have a lunch with one girl at like a Mexican restaurant. That's weird, you know? So I'd always be like, oh, why don't so-and-so come? And then they would never come. Well, now I knew why. Because she was like weird and like, I don't know. Anyway, lady, if you're out there,
because it's like lurking behind your back, like you didn't do anything to bring it on, but like
I exploded because we were having our farewell dinner at a Mexican restaurant and we were all having margaritas. So I had like 4 of them by now. So I was like, that psycho bitch. Like she just took out my internet.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was like, nobody told me. Nobody told me for 2 years. I'm like, first of all, you guys all know I'm married. And second of all, let's be honest, I wouldn't have picked her if I was going to have an office affair. Like, it was so weird.
Why did the I'm married thing first before the second thing?
Well, right. Yeah. AJ Croc also subscribed on Twitch with Prime. Very cool. Thank you. Yeah, so that was my random work wife story. But apparently she must have had some emotional attachment to me then. Otherwise, why would she get like weird about it? You know, like
that's
so.
weird.
Anyway, work wives are bad. This guy, yeah, this chick, right? Oh yeah, she knows the whole tea. Yeah, I knew it when I saw this chick. I was like, she knew. She knows for sure.
She doesn't like. She knows she's on camera, but she just freezes. Like they have the hide response, but she's like, if I turn, then I'm a part of this. But if I stand here and just panic, maybe it'll look like I'm a random concert.
Once she's in the clear, she's going to have that lady's job by the end of the week.
Maybe
I'd be like, this is incredible.
Concert,
I also think that it's extremely inappropriate, even as a friend. Like if you're, I mean, these sound like coworkers, honestly, but if
you should say something,
friends or something was cheating on their spouse and they're both married and cheating on each other, I wouldn't be going to concerts with them.
Let me tell you something. A good female friend of mine did, and I thought, wow, that's based. You'd probably be good friends with her, Melanie.
All right.
She's getting married to a friend of mine. I refer to her as my wife's girlfriend because she like comes over and does like crafts and stuff.
Right.
Her aunt was having an affair with a married man. So I think her aunt was single, but was also having an affair with a married man.
Okay.
And she kicked her out of her wedding.
Good.
She was like, she was asking me like, hey, I'm texting it. Like, how should I text this? I said, well, she's like, I'm a Christian. I don't, and I said, well, you should just tell her how you feel. But women, ladies, right? She's like, I've been drafting this text for days. I'm like, here, like, here's what you say. Like, I'm a Christian. I don't approve of you cheating on your, being a, with this man who's married. And, and I don't want you standing in a church. I think it would be weird if you stood next to me in a church as I got married when you were sleeping with a married man. And like, I was like, based?
That's
like,
very based.
Yeah.
I like that.
I part of it is like a wedding is a reflection of your values. So good for her for being like, I want the people there who I respect and who live lives that I also like would want to live life like to be there, you know? Like,
right.
I think this idea that like you have to obligation invite everybody, like, oh, she's your aunt, so she still has to come. Like, no,
That's what our family tried to do to her.
Weddings are too expensive, and they're actually not about the party. They're about the commitment you're making. So if it makes you feel weird that she's there, she shouldn't be there.
Well, I remember, like, my wedding was so long ago, but I remember there was like weird family pressure about like, hey, you should invite this person or that person. I'm like, bitch, it's like I was like 23 years old. I was taking out loan. Like my parents helped and her parents helped. But we still had to pay for a lot of the stuff. Basically, after the wedding, we broke even. Like there was no like, that's why I was like, big weddings are stupid because like, great, we had this wedding, cool. And everyone gave us a gift, which was very nice. But all of that money went to paying off the wedding. And we had like nothing left afterwards. And I was like, well, why do we even have this big wedding? I guess that's petty, but it's just true.
Well,
but like, I remember there was weird family pressure, like, hey, you need to invite so-and-so, you need to invite so-and-so. My mom was like, you just invite whoever the hell you want.
Exactly.
Like, it's your wedding, you invite whoever you want. You don't have to invite your cousins or second or third. And I was like, okay, based mom. Like, you know, she was,
No, that's great. I mean, I think there are a lot of people who feel wedding pressure to have everyone there or to accommodate everyone's wishes, and number one, like that, it's not about that. It's again about the commitment that you're making, and everything else is just extra. But also it's the sort of your life, not like a community event. And it's hard, especially if like if your parents are paying for stuff. I know my friends have like talked about feeling obligated to like honor their parents' wishes if they're contributing or whatever, but you know, I just think
that was what it was. Somebody was submitting, you know, somebody wanted to give money, but wanted it to be spent a certain way. If I remember that. And I was like, I'll just not take the money. Like, I'll just not take the money. It's fine. Fun story about my wedding. No power for my wedding. There was a thunderstorm.
You want to pay for that?
No, I was out of money. There was a thunderstorm. The power went out. And so the staff had to manually flush all the toilets with like 5-gallon buckets of water. And, we had to scramble and get a generator. And so like the DJ, who was boss, like lit like a million candles before we got there, somehow got a generator so that for like the first hour of our wedding, we had no power, but we had the food was fine because, you know, all cooked with gas ranges. So the food was fine. We just had candles everywhere and we still had music. So like it turned out okay. Like
also candles probably were like a vibe in the beginning, like people entering.
Yeah. Well, what wasn't a vibe was the toilets, but eventually the power came back on, and then like guys didn't care, right? But like girls are like, you know, guys, I'm like, hey, just, you know, make sure there's ice in the urinal, like, you know, but whatever the case is. But
oh my gosh, they say it's supposed to be good luck if it rains on your wedding day. So I guess you had extreme luck because it thunderstormed.
Perhaps.
Maybe this is just something they tell brides. I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like if a bird poops on you, that's good luck. They say that too.
Just spin everything.
Yeah. Shout out to I would say shout out to Dad Fast 100, Quick Hit, and Classic Dice 21 for subscribing at twitch.com/thequartering. Very cool. Go ahead, Melanie. Hannah Claire, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, do you think that these people are about to announce their wedding? This couple that was caught at the Coldplay concert? Or
hell no. They broke up.
It's kind of like
they're broken up for sure.
Breakup, or is it like a double down? Like, well, we're out now, so we might as well continue on.
Yeah, the double down is a real possibility. But I think they're cooked because it's not like just two randos got cheating. You're talking about the CEO of one of the world's largest tech companies.
Yeah.
And their HR person who will have to quit after this. Like, just think if you're somebody who got fired for inappropriate workplace conduct by this woman.
Right. I hope that she had to confront someone the day before about inappropriate conduct.
That's what I mean. Like, she's gone 100%. The CEO is, I don't know if they're big enough to have a board. This guy. But if the board of directors, if they have a board of directors, the CEO is out. Don't you think? Like, you can't be banging your.
I would think so.
That's two C-level people.
Right.
Like, you can't be doing that. Hourly people, you let it go.
So publicly, like, there are people who have never heard of this company, and this is what they know about it.
Have you seen their Twitter account? They're getting killed. Like their
Social media intern is
good.
Yeah. Like, boy, I was gonna, I'd love to buy some IT services from you, but it looks like you're too busy banging the staff. By the way, I forgot to mention, I gotta get this out there real quick. Huge shout out to this stream sponsor, Fume.
Look, we all have bad habits, and well, one of mine was one of those habits you're doing well without.
Stop playing if
until
you're
out
playing
with
something.
friends. Suddenly,
I'm playing it in
everyone's
Rumble.
reaching for theirs,
Oh,
and the urge to just borrow one kicks in. But what if I told you there's a better alternative, something enjoyable that you can take with you anytime? Fume is an award-winning flavored air device, so there's no nicotine, no vapor, just natural flavor. It brings flavors to your mouth, not into your lungs. It fills the void of ditching a bad habit, and it's just so much better in every way. It's something you can use anywhere, 100% nicotine-free, non-toxic flavors, no batteries, no charging, and a fraction of the cost of other alternatives. I also love how it's built. It's built really nice and sturdy. You can fidget with it, you can spin it, you can do all sorts of stuff. It helps for me to just have it in my hand, and it helps me kind of make the right decision. And also remember that Fume continuously invests in third-party studies to ensure their safety of all their products. Multiple third-party toxicology reports and studies have been done on the inhalation and the digestion of plant compounds that they use in their cores, and they're committed to always funding more. Fume is backed by doctors in the United States. My favorite flavor still remains orange vanilla, but sometimes I go crisp mint. It kind of it depends on how I'm feeling for the day. But if you're ready to lose that bad habit, go to tryfume.com/quartering or scan the QR code and use code quartering to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack. You'll be happy you did.
Okay. Whoops. I didn't know our audio was coming through there, but that's the first time I've ever tried playing it from. If I would have played it from here, from StreamYard, it would have been okay. But I want to give a mild, a secondary shout out. I do enjoy the product. And I know it's helped people quit smoking. It's like it's just like flavored air. So it's not like you're vaping, and it's not like you're smoking cigarettes,
Yeah.
I know that Dankula used it to quit smoking cigs.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's good. On Twitch, Jeremy's fuming mad. Classic Dice. Oh, I got you already. Yeah. Shout out to everyone who's gone over to twitch.tv/the quartering and use their. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe for free over there.
I want to add one more thing on this topic before we move on from it. The adultery thing. I think that society has gone too soft on the topic of adultery. And we've talked about how the potential of what if it was a criminalized thing now, and it doesn't necessarily have to go that far, though I wouldn't be mad at it. But somebody at a job, if they get caught in adultery and losing their job over it, that should be a valid reason. Wouldn't your job fire you if they caught you stealing, even from another country or company? Wouldn't you lose your job if they caught you doing any just immoral bad deed like that? So adultery, why are people so soft on that? If it's like, I'm not gonna have an adulterer work for my company. First of all, if somebody is that depraved to where they're going to be committing adultery, then that's not an honorable person to work at your business. And what other shady dealings are they going to be doing?
I don't disagree with you on that. Mostly because I worked in an office full of young, attractive people that were all sleeping with each other. Yeah. And it created a lot of problems.
Yep.
I would say this. I won't go as far as saying it should be illegal, but I will say you should be able to, with no repercussions, fire somebody. Like especially if they're cheating outside of work, that's a little dicier.
I don't know. The military would do that before. You would get in big trouble. And I don't know if it's still like that, but I grew up in a military family, and it was
what about all those? What do they call them? Tonys? No, what's the guys?
Wait, it's
come on.
Was it Jody or something like
Jody's,
that?
Yeah, Jody. Yeah.
That's the thing, though, is if that was supposed to be the other person.
That's always the guy that the military wives cheat with.
Well, no,
yeah, it's a real problem.
That's the thing, is if they
a lot of the Jodys are the military people too, by the way.
If they were able to provide evidence that that the person in the military is cheating and unfaithful, then they would actually get in trouble with their job. I think that's how it should be in society in general, at least. And whether or not a legal thing, okay, that can be up for debate, but at least in society, if somebody is an adulterer, then that should be so frowned upon that, wait a minute, I'm not going to be hanging if I find out any of my friends are committing adultery on their spouse, forget that. I ain't hanging out with you and buddying with you. You get yourself together and you make things right with your spouse. I'm not going to have anything to do with you otherwise. Society,
that's true. That's fair.
Stigmatize it more.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we're too quick to just be like, 50%. You know, it's
exactly.
like,
I think there's this. Weird,
I do shame my friends, but I'm older now. I guarantee you, I didn't when I was younger. I should have, but I guarantee you, I didn't when I was in my 20s and 30s.
All of these young people, like, there's an instinct of like, don't cast the first stone. Like, everyone does things that are wrong, but I think in this case with cheating or anything, or like adultery or like these type of like immoral things, we've become a what do they call it, like a sexually liberated society,
right?
It's become this like, well, I don't want to judge them, and I don't know what their arrangement is, and I don't know, like, as we introduce like the open marriage or polyamory or whatever, it becomes like, oh, well, we can't judge them because we don't know. But actually, I feel like you should be able to judge someone by your own values. Like, I don't think that this type of lifestyle is bringing you closer to God or to a strong moral position, and so therefore you could speak compassionately to someone about it, but like, you should just have to be like, yeah, I don't know, it's your life, I'm going to turn a blind eye.
We used to do that stuff to, like, once I guess I was in my late 30s, and there was this girl that basically everybody who was single and some others had been with. As I got older, like, she would be at the bar with whatever current boyfriend she was with, and then like she would come back later and like meet up with some guy. I started to shun that guy who I was friends with, and I started making fun of him. And I felt better about that. I was like, because he knew.
Right.
I was like, dude, she was here with her boyfriend all night long.
Yep.
So you sat at home till 11:30 at night and then waited for her to finish her date with him. I don't know if they had sex or not, but you're willing to then take her, back to your, like, dude, have some self-respect, man. Like, it's like, yeah, she's being a whore, but bro, she's got a boyfriend. What are you doing?
Yep.
Like, what are you going to feel so tough when, how are you going to feel if I tell him about it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, next time he's here, are you going to feel so cool? Like, everyone here thinks you're a loser. You know that, right? Like, I wonder, Maggie knows who I'm talking about. But actually Maggie knows both people who I'm talking about. Yeah. But yeah, it started to get sad to see. Shout out Stone Druggy and Derg Soup for subscribing and AJ Croc for subscribing on Twitch. Very cool. Yeah, I agree. I wanted to cover this story because, why not talk about sad stuff? I mean, I think it's funny. Obviously, I think, my opinion on cheating has changed, as I get older, like I haven't, nobody's been perfect. I'll say that. But you should probably just get divorced. If you're like carrying on a relationship, I know neither of the women are agree with me with this, but sorry, as a man with worse morals than the girls, I view like, a drunken fuck up a little different than taking, having a full on, they're both bad. They're both bad. But if you're like taking another woman out on dates and like doing all this kind of stuff, like, you're obviously in a relation with her. She should just break it off with your wife. And like, she should break it off with her husband. Like, what are you guys doing? You're just in a relationship. So, this isn't like a drunken mistake.
Right. You have enough sense to, buy concert tickets and go hang out. I mean, I just feel really bad for both of their spouses who
maybe it's awesome though. Maybe they suspected it. Because generally if somebody's cheating on you, you suspect it. Most people around the world have been cheated on. I've been cheated on.
And if you get confronted and they're like, no, and then you get to pull up this concert video.
Yeah, you're just like, like, right
again, let's hear it.
Yeah, no, like that would be pretty validating if they had any suspicion. By the way, that chief people person woman, her husband's counting the money already. Yeah,
well, which one of them has a prenup? Because like some of these might be like, I can't leave. Like maybe they're married, but they both have awful marriages. For all four of them are miserable, right? But like
it's
they
possible.
Can't leave for whatever reason, and now this is the triggering point. What bothers me is like,
probably not true for him because she took his name off her Facebook after it happened.
Well,
so.
Like, I think in marriage you sacrifice for things. So like if they have kids, like did she stay home with them? Did they whatever? So every day that he goes to work, he's actually hanging out with his side girlfriend, whatever.
Yeah.
Like there are just so many ways that it's disrespectful. And I think the fact that like you would become so complacent in your marriage that you would think like it's okay for you to do this is sad. I wish that like we didn't have a moral society that operated that way. No one's going to be perfect, but it's just it's ultimately the cheated on spouse that suffers the most here.
There's been stories. What about if both cheated on spouses end up getting together?
Doesn't
that's
that happen?
happened before?
Oh,
yeah, that's happened before.
Celebrity couple this happened to.
Yeah, they trauma bond basically. Like,
that could happen. And
it could happen.
Live happily ever after.
Yeah. Here's a story out of Hannah Claire's motherland. Not very. Yeah. Previous motherland.
My mom is from Canada. I don't know what to tell you.
she's Hannah Claire is from the UK, guys.
My paternal side's from the UK.
See, I told you. Didn't you say?
Oh,
you made like a thing like, "Oh, I get this special tea from the UK." Didn't you say that?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't sell tea. I'm not Luke.
I feel like somebody said that they're like particular about tea, and they get like a particular tea that comes from England. You didn't say that?
I have a tea. Like I do drink a British tea, and like
okay, yeah.
See, I don't know what you're talking about, guys. I mean, I talk so much on the internet now. I never know what.
Hannah Claire exposed. She's but she sent me this story. I don't. It's so sad. I'm gonna let her take the lead because this is sad. This is crazy.
I had to do a double take when I was reading this headline this morning. So it's from National Review, and it says the headline is nearly 1/3 of pregnancies in England end in abortion, according to a new report. So in England, statistically, this is data from the Office for National Statistics, said that 29.7% of pregnancy were ended in abortion in 2022, up from 26.5% the year prior. This is the highest proportion on record.
Wow.
25% is already bonkers.
That's totally insane. The fact that it's going up. Also, I'm sorry, like these Western countries have a population crisis, and 1/3 of their pregnancies are ending in abortion. Like, you can't tell me, and this is what happens when you talk to people who are pro-abortion. They're like, well, but like the life of the mother and this circumstance or whatever. Like, you can't tell me that 1/3 of all pregnancies in the
froze. Mohammed froze her.
He did. Durka. No, do not make fun of my abortions.
Big abortion lobby really cutting me off there. I don't know where I was in that rant, but I don't believe that you could look at a number like this, that 1/3 of pregnancies end in abortion in this country, and say every single one of those was medically necessary. Like, that's nuts. And your population is collapsing. What is going on here? Melanie, I don't know if you have a take on this, but
yeah, this is honestly devastating. This is a terrible thing. And I think that one reason why we have so much of this problem going on, and obviously we're just in a sinful world, but
I'd like to see some demographics on this.
Yeah, I do want to see demographics on it. What we do see in the US with Planned Parenthood and stuff like that, a huge chunk of the babies that are being aborted are from the Black community. And so it's just like, I'm curious about the demographics of what's going on here, but also we have this negative stigma surrounding mothers, and especially those of the single mother variety. And I get it. It's not an ideal situation to be a single mother, or a single father for that matter, but single mothers this is what I think those of us who are on the conservative side need to do better with the stigma and the hate that goes towards single mothers, because yes, some of it, obviously a huge chunk of it, is irresponsibility, but another portion of why they're single mothers is because of the deadbeat fathers as well. So it's a combination of things. So when you tell women that they're worthless if they're a single mother and they're not worthy of love, or you're just going to shame their entire existence, or your life is ruined because you're a single mother and nobody will respect you, I think that this is part of a result of that. Is because then if a woman gets pregnant, let's say that, oh man, the guy that impregnated her could have been from a one-night stand, or a guy who wouldn't commit to her anyway because of the problems with hookup culture. And they might think, wow, my life is going to be ruined if I don't do this. Now, of course, it's still bad that they do it, and there's no excuse, but this whole, it's definitely not helping the situation. And in terms of what I see, like in the comments on TikTok and things like that on these kind of topics, a lot of these girls are like, oh my goodness, my life's going to be ruined if I have this baby and I don't have it. There's no dad around. And then, and so they do that. And yeah,
I mean,
That's a fair point.
There's something to say, like, if you found yourself in a position where you were potentially going to be a single mother, I would hope that you have a loving community around you that's going to support you. I hope that your parents show you support. I hope that your friends show you support, and that you still elect to have your baby anyways, because I think your baby deserves a shot at life. The other thing is, like, maybe think really critically about who you sleep with. This is not something you should take lightly, because the risk is always on the table, no matter how effective they say birth control is. And what I also think is that it becomes this conversation of like, well, I just don't want this right now, because yes, there are some women who feel the concern about, maybe I can't provide us that life because the dad's not in the picture, but there are other women who will be in long-term relationships and will be like,
that's true,
this isn't part of my current plan. I want to wait 3 years. I want to wait 5 years. And so they have, they terminate now.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of more of an act of selfishness and maybe an act of fear in some ways. You want to have compassion for people who are scared. I mean, parenthood is like not a joke, and it really does change your life. On the other hand, sometimes you have to change and grow up, and sometimes you deal with the consequence of your actions, which includes, maybe having a baby before you thought you were ready to. You just have to you have to go with it. Because to me, like, I find it really hard to what always bothers me about when people talk about having children is this, like, it's such a big inconvenience, and it's difficult, it's hard, it changes your life. On the other hand, you aren't meant to just live in creature comfort forever, and sometimes the hard experiences are worth it. So if you are able to conceive a child when so many people can't, maybe you should think really critically. Like, maybe you don't want to be the person to raise your child, but like, could you consider adoption? Could you consider something else? Like, why does this child pay the price for and I'll have empathy, like, if you're in a difficult position, but I don't think it's like, well, I just should get rid of this
well, you could adopt, you could give your baby up for adoption.
There's so many, there are more options. I mean, yes, you'd have to carry the child, yes, you'd have to go through the heartbreak of separating with the child, but like, is that ultimately why you'd rather have an abortion, so that you can just avoid that pain and suffering, so your child can suffer on your behalf? Like, that seems awful to me.
Well, coincidentally, I just want to add this. UK Parliament voted a month ago to decriminalize abortion at all stages for any reason.
So
you could have a 9-month-old this will go higher.
No. I remember like 15 years ago when the show Teen Mom was really popular, for example.
I used to watch every episode. I used to watch for like the season with like Janelle, Teen Mom 2, I think. I was like,
Teen Mom 2.
Yeah, Teen Mom 2 is the one I watched.
The babies from that season, or like the early teen moms, are all now like 16 or 17
I
years old.
know,
yeah,
it's crazy.
So weird.
But I remember at that time that was like, whoa, this is insane. You just thought, wow, this is like the worst situation, and it's definitely not an ideal situation by any means, but it's still not good for a 16-year-old to get pregnant. But what's funny is then now, if you look at current statistics, are like, oh, look, teen pregnancies are way down. Well, is it because is that a good thing or is it not? Because is it because they're having abortions now a lot more than they were?
I remember
back
being
abortion should be stigmatized. Like they made it like this thing now that like it's a form of birth control. It's
that's
fucked.
messed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they also they never like Teen Vogue very famously put out an article talking about like here's what you should get your friend who's just had an abortion. Teen Vogue, let's remember. And it's like DVDs and ice packs, some fun enamel Planned Parenthood pins. Like it just seems so sick to me because I assume if you're in a position where you're having an abortion, you are probably really struggling from it. And I think the lobby for pro-abortion, in a number of the harms they've done against women, one of them is to say that it's just something you do and you walk away from it. Like it's like getting a facial or something. Like I think there are huge.
Coincidentally, if they had gotten that instead, they wouldn't have been pregnant.
You stop it right now. You know I didn't mean that.
What? How did you know what that meant, Hannah Claire?
You see yourself out.
Hannah Claire, how did you? I didn't. How did you know what that was?
I don't know what you're talking about. I refuse to be a part of your juvenile
Melanie.
agency.
You girls don't laugh at that. That was for the boys.
I assume you're saying that if they went to the spa instead of sleeping with a random
exactly.
man.
That's what he meant. Yeah.
Oh yes, that's what I meant.
But to Hannah Claire's point is that this is a very, it's a very traumatizing, terrible thing, and to encourage this with girls. And especially the young teens and things of that nature is to be like, oh yeah, they've tried to destigmatize it and act like, oh, this is just like, it's just like going to the doctor for any healthcare thing and you just do it and then you forget about it. It's like you're actually hurting women when you promote this and downplay it and don't treat it as something that the terrible thing that it is because any woman with a conscience who went through something like that is going to have to deal with the repercussions of that for the rest of their lives and the guilt from that and because that's just a traumatic experience. It should not be encouraged.
I've known a few women who've had it done, and every one of them one of them happens to be that girl who's sleeping with everybody. But then don't laugh, Maggie. And the other one I know, like, if it is. They are not the same after that. And like what ends up happening is they get older and they're like, man, what if? And that's a hard thing to shake, A 15-year-old doing it, obviously is a little different than somebody who's 25 and on the hookup apps and are just like that. What was that show from Euphoria? I can't do anything because I had an abortion yesterday.
Oh, girls. And speaking of
girls, yeah.
Lena Dunham was famously one time quoted saying, like, oh, I wish I could have had an abortion to experience it. And then she said it was broke later. And I want to be like, you're so disgusting.
That's just evil. That's why I feel like people who say things like that are actually demonically, possibly possessed, but influenced at any rate. Because to say something like that is disgusting. And it's disrespectful to so many women who went through something like that and are dealing with the trauma and grief and regret from that.
Yeah. I wanted to, before we get into this next story, which is like an attached story to this. Yeah, it's also bonkers. I've got maximum Estro for Estrocast today. I want to read a couple of viewer messages and then also and let you guys tell everyone where to find you. Now would be a great time if you want to check us out on twitch.tv/thequartering. And if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe for free. And you just have to link your Amazon account to it and you can subscribe for free and it supports the channel. And we shout out everyone who subscribes there. And if you're on Rumble and you want no ads on Rumble and you want access to our members only videos, which I've been slacking on lately, I'll do one today. No ads, members only videos, and it's you get a first month free. You can go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code FREEQUARTERING. And and then once you start paying, we get half of that. So it's like a Twitch sub. On YouTube, you can't do anything yet because the channel's not monetized yet. But on Kick, you can subscribe too. I think we have one viewer on Kick, and I think they're already subscribed.
All right.
100% success there. Great job.
Yeah. I think our 40 viewers on Twitch are also all subscribed. So
100%.
come on, Rumble.
Come on,
Rumble,
YouTube.
there's 27,500 of you on Rumble. You all need to get Rumble Premium, promo code free quartering to support the show. It'd be interesting to see the numbers. I think they said we had like 300 or 400, which isn't too bad. I was hoping we'd be up over 1,000 already, but I haven't asked for numbers in like a couple of weeks, and I haven't pushed it as hard. But I will remind people, rumble.com/premium, no ads. You support the show, which is the most important part, obviously, to us. And also you get members-only videos. And you get access to our meetups. Some Rumble Premium members came to the meetup we did last week, and we're going to do more of them. Corporal Velasco, he has that. I've read that one. Tank says, what's worse, getting busted cheating or getting busted at a Coldplay concert? I mean,
double whammy, busted at a Coldplay concert. Come on.
I was going to roast Coldplay until I saw how much money they're making touring. They've already made 100 million pounds, 100 million pounds sterling. So that's like, 150 million US just touring, and it's only July.
Wow.
So, play on players.
There's a reason they can keep this going for so long.
The only song I can name from them is Yellow, and that came out 20 years ago. Right? That's them?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only song I know from them. But, hey, if you like it, you like it. The Seth DM says, why do toilets require electricity? I didn't remember that at the time, but they were like, because of the building, they had like those fancy toilets that only flushed when you like covered the sensor, and like the sensor was battery powered, I think. I didn't ask the guy. He just said, hey, we have staff here who's going to manually flush toilets.
And you were like, great, I just got married. I'm going to go hang out.
Well, I had already had 5 martinis, so I was like, whatever, dude. I was going to pee outside anyway. Relatively Objective says, happy Bestrocast Thursday. My wife and I got married during COVID in our church. Our pastor just said to use our best judgment on size, immediate family, and 3 friends made quality time and affordable. Yeah. I bet you, looking back at it, you'd probably do it the same way now, even without COVID. Obviously, since I got divorced 2 years ago, my next wedding will definitely be really small, and women only, hair down, and straightened only.
This cult is getting real weird.
It's not a cult; it's a dress code. You have a dress code to go.
All cult leaders say. Would you ever do a vow renewal, Jeremy, if your wife took you back?
No, that's gay.
I've always heard that there's a curse. Like, you're not supposed to do that because then that's like the only people who do them are whose marriages are in trouble. I don't know.
Right. That sounds like your marriage is in trouble. Yeah.
The famous example was that couple from John and Kate +8. They had like all the little kids at a TLC show, and like they did one, and it was part of their show, and I think they were divorced within 2 years.
Yes, so. I remember. We used to watch this. Remember, I love trash TV. She made that haircut popular. She was the one
haircut.
That was her haircut, the Karen haircut.
Yep,
and it was. She got that like makeover on TV, so you could probably go back and see the origin and creation. You could probably find the stylist who made that happen.
Yeah, just like I remember the Ross. Like when I was in 8th or 9th grade, every boy had the Ross haircut. I had that haircut. Like
really?
Yeah. And then every girl wanted their hair to look like Jennifer Aniston's. Like,
her haircut was iconic. The Rachel.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, see, Melanie knows. Yeah,
Melanie, I think you could pull off the Rachel. I think you.
Of course, you could.
I used to have it like when my hair was longer. I had
of course
haircut, the long version, but she had like the shorter version too. But yeah, it's classic. It's
short haircut near the end of Friends was also iconic.
Yeah,
and like every girl had that haircut. Now, I guess like Hannah Claire's a little younger than us, so like.
I've seen Friends though. I know the reference.
No, but I mean, like you weren't around for the the cultural crap. Like,
yeah, I don't remember. I know people like those 2 haircuts like shook the country, and people would ask for them, but I don't.
Yeah.
Look, my friends probably didn't even have hair. I don't even.
Every
know.
girl I knew started straightening her hair because of Rachel.
Oh, yeah.
Like that was the hair straightener business was basically non-existent before that. 7 Legion Studio says. I say this without any hint of irony. Death penalty for those who cheat on their spouse who are deployed in a war zone. Well, I won't go that far, but their spouse should be awarded a no-fault divorce, regardless of state they're in. That's what I think. Because like in Wisconsin, for example, if you're deployed and your wife cheats on you, want a divorce, she still gets half your shit.
Oh.
Because we're a no-fault divorce state. So like, I think if there's infidelity while you're deployed, where you're active duty, then you should be awarded a no-fault divorce. I bet you some of those women would keep their legs closed if that was the case. I get it. He's gone.
It's
Read
not
a
really an
book.
excuse, like you made a commitment.
Read a book. Yeah.
Yep, read a book.
Isn't that what 50 Shades of Grey is for, ladies?
No, don't read that kind of book.
Speaking of 50 Shades of Grey.
Send everyone Bibles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The True Cream subscribed on Twitch, as well as Ender also subscribed on Twitch. I was reading the super chats on Rumble. I got that one. Peanut Shapes Helicopter Tour says, do you really want a bunch of UK communists and socialists reproducing only to trans their kids? Well, I'll tell you who's not aborting their kids.
The Muslim immigrants.
The Muslims. Yep.
I was gonna say, I would love to keep the native British population alive.
I would rather keep the whites around.
Issues.
Yep. You all better hope the UK encourages all the new Muhammads to abort or they will be conquered. No, that's I've talked about this before. That's a tactic in the Quran. It is like the Muslims openly say this, that they are outbreeding the locals. I mean, look at them. Everybody in power over there is a freaking Muslim. Mm-hmm. Their mayor is Sadiq Khan. Isn't that his name? Like,
wow.
That says UK is bangers and mash. And like, they have all these brown people in every position of government there. Like, they have been conquered. And it's that's, look at that freaking Somali guy who's running in Minnesota, like what's going on, what do you think is going to happen with that? He's probably going to win.
He's kind of freaky looking. Not a race thing, just a structural thing.
He has like that prototypical huge Somali head and tiny neck. He literally looks like the I am the captain now guy.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Like he's very ugly. But you know what? You import 150,000 Somalis and guess what they do? Yeah. They vote. And they vote for Muslims. And so, there's a reason Rashida Tlaib is, or what's the other one? Ilhan Omar. No, it's Tlaib, right? The one that's Somalian? I think, no, not Tlaib. Rashida.
Tlaib is Palestinian, I think.
Yeah. The other one's...
Ilhan Omar is Somalian.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar. She's basically like, a lot of her policy is around helping Somalia and bringing more Somalians to America. No thanks.
She's loyal to her home country, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go back. Make Somalia great again. Get the fuck out of my country. I don't want any more Somalis. Sorry. This topic, I'm getting so Hannah Claire pilled on immigration. Like,
you're welcome.
I think Matt Walsh tweeted something. Like Matt Walsh was like
the other day being like, we should really restrict legal immigration. And I was like, yes, but when I would say this, everyone would look at me like I had 4 heads, and I'm not even the first person to say it.
Yeah, I'm for no more immigration. I think Matt Walsh tweeted something like, name one thing a Somali has ever provided to this country. Mm-hmm. And I was like, fucking based? Nothing. 60% of them are on welfare. 70% are on government assistance. Like, stop. Can we stop? Can we stop bringing them here? They add nothing to our country other than Democrat voters.
It's our greatest strength.
Yeah. If you've ever been to the, Minneapolis, or any of my viewers, in Minnesota will tell you that you can't even go to the Mall of America after dark anymore. Like, it gets taken over by Somalis.
Mall of America.
I say we can bring more East Asian people here, though, because I like Asian people.
Japanese people I'm cool.
Yeah.
Japanese people can come
Korean,
here.
South
Korean. Yep, I'm good with that. South Korean, I'm good.
High IQ.
Yeah.
I get you.
Those are fine. We can bring more of them.
Claire, I do.
I like them a lot.
130 IQ minimum and you can come into this country.
Oh,
Could you imagine? You just have a 130 IQ requirement to come into this country. How quickly? I mean, it's okay when the Ashkenazi Jews do it. I'm just saying. There's a reason the Ashkenazi Jews have the highest IQ in the country. And Hannah Claire, why is that? You're the expert.
I was going to say, do not make me talk about this. Look,
they do it purposely, though.
Canceled. Jeremy, we're not allowed to talk about statistics or anything that makes anyone
all right.
any time. You know better than that.
All right. Dylon on Kicks gifted a subscription. Thank you, Dylon6. Yeah. Minnesotans saying boot out the Somalis. Yeah. They have not improved Minnesota one tiny bit. Mall of America has been taken over by the old white power walkers. Yeah, right. Yeah. And the Somalis at night. Yeah, that's why I read a local paper about that. Like the Mall of America has been hanging on by a thread for a lot of years because it's just a huge mall and like retail's dead. But like at night, you know, they come out at night. They come out at night mostly. Mostly they come out at night.
Bring retail spaces like that back if you became very like community and family oriented. But you've talked about this before that like you're not going to send your wife to a mall that feels unsafe. You know, like
correct.
If I wanted to go to like a play group with my baby, I'm not going to risk going to one that's like, oh, it's okay some hours, but it's you know.
Yeah, as long as you're gone by 5, no one's going to stab your baby. Yeah,
right,
no big deal.
Well, Mall of America had that one guy throw a kid off a 3rd floor balcony, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's correct. He specifically chose a white kid, too.
Yes. So,
I'm just saying.
I'm not going to Mall of America.
Specifically chose a white kid.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that kid recovered. Isn't that crazy?
I know, he survived. Yeah.
Actual
3 stories onto a concrete floor.
Well, I think what's going to happen, of course, I got to talk about Revelation. When you're thinking of end time and stuff.
I'll be right back.
It wouldn't surprise me if like all of this.
You're skipping out on Revelation talk, Melanie.
I know, what the heck? Because when you're talking about all of this immigration stuff, and then you're talking about how the takeover with Islam and the Muslims right now in the UK, and how they're trying to do that here in the US as well. Look at the Muslim mayor that just happened. Look at the grooming of the woke community and how easy it was to get them to support Islam with the Queers for Palestine movement and all of that. So I really do think that when we're thinking about the end times and Revelation and the one world religion and all of that, I think that Islam could be potentially that. Think of the end times and then everybody following one religion. Well, they're already outbreeding everybody. It could be a gigantic Muslim takeover.
Right. I mean, I think that that's probably a plan. I think anybody who is like, you know, I don't want to get too ranty on this. I'm sure people are here for more fun topics. It is an Estercast, but if your part of your creed, of your culture, or your religion is not just to spread by moving to new countries, but also breeding, it's because you don't want the other religions to be there. And I think it sort of becomes a warped part of Christianity. Like compassion is really good. You want to be compassionate towards people. But that doesn't mean that you need to push yourself in the smallest box and accommodate everyone else around you. I mean, I think there needs to be a place to have, you know, a Christian dominant nation. America is one of them. I think Europeans have implemented some of their own destruction by becoming less religious. Not all countries, but a lot of them. It's there for a reason. And if you don't have some kind of faith, the people who are migrating often do, and they don't care about trying to preserve yours.
Oh yeah. And then whenever you look at when the Bible was talking about accepting people and refugees and things of that nature, well, it wasn't just accept everybody. It was, if you're going to accept these people, then they better adapt to this is how they need to live. They need to follow the true God, and they can't be bringing their false religions into society. Or
everyone should go watch Gangs of New York. Like
there
that,
we go.
Gangs of New York does. By the way, don't forget to watch that movie this weekend. I expect a full review. When evil lurks.
Christians do not worship the same God as Muslims. They're not the same.
That's correct. Yeah. When Evil Lurks. Remember that movie. You both have to watch it by Tuesday.
Oh man.
I figured Hannah Claire would have already watched it by now. I'm used to being disappointed by Melanie.
Is this some sort of slur against me per usual?
No, I said no, because you've never let me down as often as Melanie Mack. Melanie is letting me down constantly.
No, I'm gonna watch that scare. I took the picture.
I'm giving her gold.
This weekend, I'm watching that scary movie you suggested.
All right, better. I hope you like it. Otherwise, I'll never.
Hold her, Mom. They're buckled down.
Yes, Mom and I are gonna watch it. I'll report back on Tuesday.
All right. I won't try to call you or text you because I know I'm not on your superior access list. why don't you tell? Why don't you start? Why don't you guys let the people know where they can find? Because both of these, my wonderful co-hosts, all also create their own content and live stream too. So, Hannah Claire, why don't you let them know where to find your content and what you got coming on?
Yeah, so you can find my content on Rumble and YouTube. It's Hannah Claire B, just the way it's written on the screen here. I'm also on X, same thing, Hannah Claire B. I make videos about the news, some cultural commentary. I'll have a video out in a couple days. It's always weird to pick my topics because sometimes I feel like I should give you some policy updates, but I kind of feel like talking about the fact that Sydney Sweeney is about to launch a lingerie brand backed by Jeff Bezos's company. You know, I don't know if you guys heard that one, but
she'll also be her own model, I'm sure.
Well, she makes feminists mad. They're like, you were so into cars, whatever. It's a whole thing.
Finally, big boobed women will finally have their day. Thank you,
Look,
Sydney
not
Sweeney.
Everyone's mad about it, but
Yeah.
So we'll see a little roll of the dice if it'll be a more pop culture news or if it'll be some more policy related stuff. Thanks to those of you who have already subscribed to my channel, it makes a huge difference to me. I am slowly but surely gearing up to pick a day to go live and make that a consistent thing. Also, yeah, I really want to. It's again working around my child who has given up sleeping temporarily. But you know, the other update for those of you who don't care, I know a lot of you don't, is that the Brian Koberger sentencing in the Idaho 4 case is next week. So
big article today. Did you see that?
Yeah, because the gag order is getting lifted. And
yeah. So now we're getting some details.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, so that's where you can find my content. Hannah Claire B on YouTube, on Rumble, and on X. Melanie, tell them where to find your good work.
All right, you guys can find me on Rumble at Melanie Mac and YouTube. I'm Melanie Mac Go Boom, where I do mostly pop culture commentary, mostly in the nerdy space, but just in general, or just what's going on in the world. I have just ramped up the uploads there, 2 videos a day on weekdays. So would love to see y'all there. And then of course on my Bible channel, Bible Time with Melanie Mac, where I've got where I've been ramping up the content there as well, with daily verses of the day, as well as just Bible-based topics and how applying the Bible to our everyday lives and all the different things that we go through. So I would love to see y'all there as well.
Well, you guys know me. I'm Jeremy, and we're live Monday through Thursday at 2 Eastern, and on Fridays at 1 Eastern. I haven't done a coffee pitch in a while, but I just want to let you guys know, coffeebrandcoffee.com. We have up to 25% off all of our K-Cups right now. The K-Cups are almost never on sale because we don't have big margins on them, but I'm selling out what I have in my warehouse and moving to also wait, are these up now? Holy crap! Okay, let me tell you this right now. First of all, get the K-Cups. Okay, I didn't know that they put these up this morning. Get your K-Cups, especially the tangerine and cherry cordial, because once they're gone, they're gone, and they're 25% off. Okay, get those. Also, obviously, if you drink our blueberry cobbler, which is our #1 flavor, strawberries and cream, #1 flavor, our #2 flavor, that's all on sale. You should stock up there. I wasn't sure these would be up, but our summer flavors are up. They haven't even been officially announced, but I guess I'll announce them here. These 2 summer flavors we have are ridiculous. First of all, I know for a fact there's only 250 bags of Tiger's Blood done. So if you just trust me, remember when I told everybody that you were going to love blueberry cobbler, and everyone was like, damn, blueberry cobblers were donkulous? I like this better. This Tiger's Blood will be the most unique coffee you've ever drank. It will be, Maggie's had it too. She just said, yeah, it's her favorite too. And you, as a cold brew too, if you brew it double strong, you do cold brew. It's ridiculous on a hot summer day. It's, when I tell you watermelon, strawberry, coconut coffee, you're like, there's no way for me to tell you how it's going to taste without you just tasting it. And I know we only have 250 bags of that. I forgot. It's like we have an email going out next week, but blackberry cream, we also have, I think we have 500 bags of. People really, really loved our blackberry cream. I reformulated it and kicked up the flavor so it had even more blackberry flavor. And like you can go back to when we had our old crappy bags, like 137 reviews, perfect 5 stars. So our 2 summer flavors are actually out. I wasn't going to promote those, but I'm telling you, if you get Tiger's Blood and you don't like it, I will refund your money. Like, there's no fucking way that this isn't our #1 seller by next year. That's how excited I am about it. But also, like, I've already ordered the K-Cups. I know it's going to stick around. It's that good. It's that unique. Nobody has anything like that. But also, don't forget to stock up on your K-Cups. Up to 25% off. coffeebrandcoffee.com. Yeah, I didn't even promote it in the videos today because I was like, if I promote it, it's going to sell out. Amy Bamey subscribed on Twitch as well. Thank you. The butterscotch toffee needs to be a little sweeter. Was that in the K-Cup or the whole ground or whole bean? Because sometimes the K-Cups can be, I don't know what it is. Like, they can be, like, I could ramp up the flavor on that for sure. If I already have eagle powers, will the tiger's blood stack? Yes, it is a global stack. So, yeah, like, is there normal flavors like hazelnut and mocha? We put those out in fall. Wait, do we have those coming out in winter? I don't know. We don't have hazelnut or mocha. The reason we don't is because the market's so saturated that it's hard to compete against hazelnut. There's like 1 billion hazelnut coffees, but there's like 3 blueberry ones, and ours is the best. You know, that's kind of the niche I picked. That's why I don't do pumpkin spice. Like, it'd be like, I'd just be another pumpkin spice. It's hard to really stand out.
Great girl, I get you.
Yeah, like, we have vanilla sugar cookie. Nobody has that, and it's one of our top sellers, and it's delicious. That comes out in fall, and Spiked Jackliner comes back. That's a big favorite. And for winter, I don't remember what we're doing for winter. Maggie knows. Oh yeah, the vanilla sugar cookies a winter flavor, and then hot butter rum, which is really, really good, and we reformulated that. And what? And gingerbread, which is, you know, obviously really popular too. So, yeah. Anyway, let's talk about this story. Baby hoarders. I think, Hannah Claire, did you send this to me or did I have this?
I think you had it, but I thought about sending it to you because
telepathically you sent it to him.
We were all on the same vibe because this story is so weird.
Yeah, why don't you take the lead?
Okay, well, I think you'll hear a lot of surrogacy people talk about it, but I also think there's probably an immigration angle. So it's, I believe, 2 Chinese nationals. It's a man, I think in his late 50s, and a woman in her mid 30s.
Correct.
Who were arrested.
She looks like she's 100 too.
It's rough. So they live in this huge house. I mean, it's enormous. Apparently, it's also set up like a hotel. And they had the police called Child Protective Services, this is in California, after a 2-month-old who lived at this address was brought to the hospital with severe head injuries. Apparently, it turns out that injuries were inflicted 2 days before. They believe by the nanny, who's like in her 40s, who's now on the run, that this couple employs. But when the police arrived at the house, they found in total 21 children. 17 of them were in the house, and another couple were another couple were like at other houses in the area. But 17 of them are ages 3 and under, and they're all right now the reporting is that they're all biologically this couple's children, and that they would use surrogates to have them. But it's believed that the couple is trafficking these kids, like selling them for adoption, because they, first off, what are you going to do with 17 3-year-olds? That sounds insane.
Oh my
Start a football team.
Also, there was a woman who came forward and was like, I was one of their surrogates, and she has photos and stuff. But
Kayla Pina, she wants her kid back.
She wants the kid, wants to adopt it. This the couple,
that's not her kid,
worked with an agency that was registered at the address that this couple owns, at the house where this kid who was abused, presumably abused, was reported to be living. And so we have this like layered story where it's like human trafficking, also surrogacy, also potentially immigration, also child abuse stuff. Like, it's whack, and it's unfolding really rapidly right now.
This is a slippery slope of surrogacy. That's one reason why I don't like it. It's just there's too many it just is too immoral, too much room for immorality involved in it, to where it appears that they have an entire business selling children. We already see what happens with these gay couples buying children through these surrogacies, and it's awful. It's inhumane. I think that this surrogate who's trying to get custody of her baby, I support her in that. She carried it she should be able to raise it.
Well, she should she doesn't want it to get trafficked, I think.
For sure.
Like, what do you do?
Used by their apparently crazy nanny who's now fled.
Now, I will say she's not going to get custody of that baby. But it is, I mean, I don't know if they were raising him to work in the marijuana fields in California, but what other reason do you have this many kids? Like, they had some amount of money because this was their house. Like, it was a very nice house, especially in California. This is probably a $5 million house, I'm guessing. Looks like they have a Range Rover. I don't know if I'm not good at picking out cars by eyesight. The SUV out here. But what the hell were they doing with 17.3? Like, how do you even manage that? Like,
That's suspicious. Insane.
Very
and there are
suspicious.
some slightly older kids. I mean, there are reports of Chinese men employing surrogates in the U.S. who have the baby in the U.S. and therefore they have an anchor baby, like they have a U.S. citizen they're genetically related to, and that can be a problem. It's one of the issues with surrogacy.
Oh, okay. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so that's what I wondered about with the older kids. This report that apparently the couple had a wave of kids in the last 3 years, this 17 kids that are 3 and under, it is really interesting. Again, that to me, that speaks more to trafficking. Occasionally you hear of like crazy people who are like, well, I must populate the earth with all of my genetics, but I that doesn't seem like what's happening here.
Do you know how much money that would cost? Like, just think about that. 17 kids in 3 years paid for. So first of all, you have to go to a whatever and have that many eggs extracted.
Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Like, here's a crazy thing if you want to like go down this road. Okay. Let's just talk about the 17 they had over the last 3 years. They would have had to extract. They would have had to go to a clinic and extracted most likely hundreds of eggs.
Right.
Because that's the way IVF works. You don't take out one egg and then put a baby in. That's not how it works. So they would have extracted hundreds of eggs, which no normal IVF clinic probably would do.
They probably went to multiple.
Exactly. So they would have had to go to multiple of them. Then you would have had to pay 15 or 20 surrogates, whatever you pay a surrogate, which can be $20,000, $30,000, I'm guessing, maybe more.
More, yeah.
Right. So, that's $500,000. In my opinion, there was like no way they weren't profiting from these kids in some way, shape, or form, because most people couldn't afford it. And then if you look into the other interesting thing, there's a reason this guy in his 50s was probably with somebody in their 30s, because the older you get, like the more eggs it will take to have a healthy fetus. And if you really want to get into it, if they have 17 kids, that means they've aborted 200, probably 200 healthy.
Frozen because they're just trying to trick surrogates. I mean,
that could be.
Surrogacy is so generally I'm always like a low regulation. I don't want the government involved in that kind of stuff. But surrogacy is this weird area where a lot of people, not just the children, are harmed by it. Because this couple apparently would tell the surrogates, we just have one child already. We really want to have a second. And like, will you be our surrogate? We'll pay you. I don't think any of the surrogates knew that the agency that they were working for was actually apparently run by this couple. They did not know that the couple actually had tons of kids, and they did not know that they were pursuing surrogacy with lots of different people. So you have these surrogate mothers who maybe some are doing it for the money, maybe some are doing it because they think it's a good thing. I mean, whatever the reason, they're all being misled. And then you have the 21 children that have apparently been produced because of this, who are all apparently now in a dangerous home. If you have a 2-month-old with head trauma that didn't get reported for 2 days, and additionally, like, so what, all of these children of apparently Chinese nationals are now going to go into American foster care. Like, it's just a disaster all around.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had like, I'll just as I've gotten older, obviously I've learned about IVF for obvious reasons. When you're my age, your chance of having a kid is like 2%, 3%. There's people that like go through this, or they use a surrogate, or they whatever. There are people that are very normal couples, like, but then once you see how the system works, like, it can get pretty dark. Like, part of it is like, hey, we'll get 10 healthy eggs, but then we'll also test them so that you can abort ones that have any kind of potential deformity, or Listen,
or they
like,
say like this is the
it
one
gets
that's most likely to be viable. So if you're going to spend $20,000 on this, you want to implant this one.
Well, that part I actually understand. Like, it's very expensive. I want to know which one's the most viable.
It's such a hard position to put parents in, I think.
Yes, right. Well, if you're younger, they'll say, well, you can freeze a bunch of them and you can have them later, which I think is cool. It's a little weird, but okay, at least you're not aborting them, which I still believe you are. Like, it's a gray area, but I think by definition, if you have a bunch of, you have a bunch of viable fetuses and you flush them, then by definition, if you believe that life begins at conception, then you are doing that. But
Melinda University, which is the Christian University of a medical school, I know they talk about with like IVF. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like compassionate implantation. Like even the eggs that you have, like if you have 2 children and you're like, okay, we have 2 eggs left, you implant them anyways and basically allow like
whatever's
going to happen, because there's a chance maybe it'll take and maybe it won't. You've still given them the option, because typically like you're still taking some kind of fertility drug after the implantation to help it like stick effectively. IVF is really complicated. I mean, I don't condemn people who go through IVF. I think I
don't either.
Like that's how they start,
especially when they're good families and like
And I think if you have modern science, like we can bring our morality with us. Like we just have to critically go over how it's going about. Like if we have this technology, surely there are ways to become more ethical with it.
It is weird when you're like scoring them and like saying
it's crazy.
You're getting a little like, I don't think the Bible. What would you think God would say about it, Melanie Mac? What do you think
I don't think
go ahead.
I don't think it's super conclusive, but I don't personally like it, and I don't know. There's just too much wrong. With it. I don't like it. The Bible tells us that children are a gift from God. So if it's God's will for a couple to have a child, then it will happen. We've seen it happen in the Bible with the 95-year-old woman. So it's just like, if it's God's will, God will make it happen.
That's what I said, 5%. But like if we do it 20 times, then it should be 100%, right?
Right. That's the thing is when people start trying to play God and to do things like that, I don't like it. And I don't think that anybody who's ever done IVF or like going to hell or anything like that, but I don't like it. And I don't think it's a moral thing to do.
I think that's a fine position to have. Like, I don't hold it against people.
Right.
I think it gets weird when you're like, doing all the testing to try and create a super baby. But like that's like
if you're not going to acknowledge that you're doing that. Like what I find is like when people are like Mindy Kaling said the best thing that parents could do for their daughters in their 20s is to offer to freeze their eggs.
I know.
Which like puts them through tons of hormones. It's hard on your body. It doesn't guarantee children later. It's just sort of the hope that maybe science will help you in the future.
Well, that's another, you can be a strong independent girl boss and you can have it all. It's just that same thing.
Not
like
acknowledging that like if you then fertilize those eggs and you only use 2 of the 6, that like you are creating loss. Like I just think our conversation around IVF is warped from the beginning because people don't want to acknowledge what's happening. They want the results for the most part, but you have to be fully accepting of the moral implications to it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, well, I'll go get 10, but then all 10 are getting implanted. So hopefully we get our own TV show. It would be nice to work for Octomom.
Well, I've known people who like are very strong Christians who end up choosing to go through IVF, but they like see doctors that are like, we will only fertilize 1 egg at a time. Only do it that way. Like it's just that's not.
There are levels.
So you have to, and you have to like fight for your morality and your faith to be more incorporated. But that's a whole IVF thing. That's not the same thing as these people who are like mass producing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I guess what I'm saying is, where I was going was, this is very different. Like the process can be very moral and helpful for people, but these people clearly had some sort of, there was some end goal for these kids to make money off of them, for them to have, there's no actual reason to have 21 kids.
Right.
And there's no actual reason to be pumping them out a dozen a year. Like that's
at the same time. Like, and also
that's a baby factory.
Unless there are more nannies in the house than we know of, like that means that there are 21 children and 3 adults right now. Maybe there are more, but like that daycare classroom ratio is awful. You wouldn't want to send your kid there. Maybe there are 5 nannies on staff. We don't know, but like
they might have 10 or 20. It might be some crazy like Chinese like baby farm where each one of these kids is worth $1 million. They sell the kid back to some Chinese national to get U.S. citizen, whatever. Like there might be some. I think we're gonna find out that there's some trafficking going on here. Like
I think so too.
I would guess that.
Yeah, it's obviously bad enough that they took the kids already. So they must have some, you have your kid bump their head, you don't see it. I don't think CPS should take your kids away. You know what I mean? Like there is they know something else. Like this guy, are they using the 65-year-old sperm?
I think so.
So like, I'm saying like 35, 38, she's not like, in her 20s.
Like both of their
Both of
ages,
them are kind of.
definitely is harder to conceive for both.
Yeah.
Of them.
Well, and also like they're not trying to carry the children themselves. They're farming that out so that they can have many children at once. If you have 17 kids who are all below the age of 3, they were probably all born in very close succession. Because you have multiple surrogates at once.
Yeah, that's weird. Big no likey. I want to get a couple of comments and then see if we could talk about the Resident Evil thing before we run out of time. Turin Turumbar joined as subscribe using Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Very cool. Thank you. Quartering, have 25 kids. Show can be called the quarter kids. 25. I don't want 25. I'll settle for 1 or 2. But 25 would be, I think, too many. Pinochet helicopter says, as an army vet, I'd rather fight the Muslims on the field of battle than fight the liberal leftists contorting the Constitution in courts. Yeah. Unwoke Gamer says, do you think Matt Walsh would ever come back on your show? Or is the blood too bad? Mostly on his side, I think. I'd love to see some resolution there. Somebody invited me on. He's got some like fishing show or something like that. His booker invited me on. Now, maybe they invited me on and then asked him and said like, he was like, oh, I hate that guy.
Why do you guys hate each other? I don't know this lore.
I've just been critical of him. I don't hate him. I just think that like he should not talk about pop culture. Like he has some really boomer takes, like anime's pornography or whatever, like or anime's sin, and he has some really dumbass takes about pop culture. But I think in terms of American politics, I align with him nearly 100%. Especially now, he's gotten even more based. But like, no, I don't. I think I've been critical of him in the past, but only because I think when he's had boner takes about pop culture, which is kind of my bread and butter. I think we're kind of out of time. We will. By the way, no, I didn't hear back from Milo today. I think he's probably on a brandy infused bender. But we will bring him on one day as he had an explicit text that I'm surprised Melanie even responded to. That he said he really wants to come on, so we'll have him on.
I love Milo.
When I saw that tweet, I was like, she's not responding that. Yeah. But yeah, we'll be back. What day is it today? Thursday?
Thursday.
Oh, it's just me tomorrow. It's just me tomorrow. So everyone, make sure you go.
About that.
Yeah, make sure you go subscribe to Hannah Claire B. She's on Rumble and YouTube and X and Instagram, and Melanie Mac on Rumble and Melanie Mac Go Boom on YouTube. Melanie also streams on Wednesday nights at 7 Central.
7 Central. Yep.
8 o'clock Eastern. So if you want to join her live streams, and Hannah Claire will be live streaming too. Thank you everyone that went over to Twitch and gave us your Amazon Prime sub. Very, very cool. And thanks to everyone who signed up to Rumble Premium using our promo code. And I guess it's solo dolo tomorrow. I'm going to try tomorrow live streaming to vertical format too.
Ooh.
Because
that'd be awesome.
Because Streamlabs lets you do that. Like Melanie, you should do this. Because like I low key have a good amount of followers on Instagram and TikTok.
Right.
So Streamlabs lets you have two outputs, and one's vertical and one's horizontal. And I can't do it for this show, otherwise I would. But
I like that. I just want to be able to highlight super chats and stuff is my only thing.
Well, you'd probably have to have my plan is to put my phone on a stand so I can do that.
Okay.
Because you can't get Oh, highlight super chats.
I wonder if StreamYard
Well,
would
use
implement
StreamYard.
TikTok and Instagram, because I would totally do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna test it tomorrow.
Okay.
I know you could use, but you could, if you use StreamYard, you could still use Streamlabs to highlight super chats. I don't know if it'll bring in your stuff from TikTok or not, but that's what I'm gonna try tomorrow. So I have like a good amount of followers on TikTok and a good amount of followers on Instagram. So I want to test it.
How it goes.
Yeah, I'll let you know how it works.
Pioneer.
Well, I think because you basically set it up. I mean, you've seen it's basically like half of the screen is you in a widescreen, and the bottom will be like the article. That'll be like the screen for me. But then if people like, I don't know if they like super chat on I don't know how they do it on TikTok. It's like stickers or some shit like that.
Right.
But I'll have my phone on a stand so that I can like still see if they're doing it, if I can't see the chat. Well, I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay. Awesome.
But yeah, thanks everyone. We'll see you. Hannah Claire will be back Monday. Melanie will be back Tuesday. I guess I had to pay them, so I paid them all. I hadn't realized I wasn't paying invoices for the last month, and no one said anything. Like, Melanie had sent me 2 invoices, so that's at least a month I haven't paid her. She's like, hey, I think she did like the girl thing, like, hey, I think something might be wrong with PayPal. What she really meant was like, bitch, you haven't paid me in a month. So I like went to invoices and I had 2 from her. So that means that's at least a month. She's like, oh, I don't know.
Still had food.
Maybe
I could still cover my groceries. I managed.
Yeah. She's like, Jeremy, I don't want to bother you, but I don't know. I get this weird email from PayPal. I'm like, oh, she hasn't been paid in a month? Oh, shit. Okay. Like, I better pay her. But yeah, that was a very kind way to say, where's my money, bitch? So we'll see you guys tomorrow. And then girls, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And my foot's getting better, so I think there's a 67 to 73% chance I'll be going to the Renaissance Fair this weekend. Which means Maggie wants to go to the Renaissance Fair as well. So maybe Maggie will go. It's a thing I do every year. I'm going to dress up this time too. So
fun.
Yeah, when you're women, like my wife's got a corset. I'm like, oh, big whoop.
Oh, you gotta dress up.
Maggie's gonna dress up.
If she's
Maggie's gonna dress up. She said
in front of everybody. Oh, you gotta step up your game with your.
I know. Well, I'm like, I was like, I'll do like one of those wool shirts or whatever. And she's like, well, I got a corset. I'm like, well, I don't know how comfortable I am with your, cup overflowing, with that stuff. So I'm gonna have to see it. But like, also like.
She'll wear her hair down, so it should be fine, right?
Well, if she wears it down around the front, like that's it's long enough for that. So probably, that might be okay. I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind her being out and proud, but there's a lot of eyeballs there that are kind of skeezy. Usually, when you get the girls with like the boobs out corset, they're large,
right?
And it's like. I see what you're wearing, but I'm not objectifying you. Like when she's when she wears it, it'll be different. I'll tell her to flex the milkers, as chat said. I'll see what she says about that.
You might get a lot of super chats if you stream it.
Well, I did live stream the Ren.
Off of your wife like that? That's
yes, I would. 100%. 100% would. I did live stream the Ren Fair one year, and it was a lot of fun. And all the actors and stuff, they were like totally into it. I was like, oh, I'm live for like 10,000 people right now. And they're like, oh, hell yeah. Like, and they were like, they were like, because they sell their merch and they sell their CDs and their courses and stuff like that. But I think I did it like on the first time I go, I like to just go and do my own thing. Then I'll go again when it's kind of like, whatever. And then maybe I'll live stream that because then I'll just like walk off on my own and kind of just. If like we'll go with a group and I'll just go stream for like an hour and like show everybody what's around, So if I do stream it, it won't be Sunday. Sunday's like for me, like I go by myself or not by myself. Well, oops, it's slip. I've been divorced for 2. Yeah. Like I just do my own thing. I go see the shows because when you go with a group, if there's stuff I want to see, it's like herding cats, and I hate that. It's like, oh, what do you want to see? Well, I don't know. Like, well, guys, there's kind of a schedule. Like, so there's this show at this time, and then this show at this time, and this show at this time. And if you want to see them, like, we got to do it in this order. And people are like, well, let's just walk around. I'm like, I do like the Arthur like fist thing. Like, I'm like, well, if we don't go to the mud show right now, we're not going to be able to see the mud show and the whip, the guy with the whip, and this. Like, we have to do it in this order. And so that's when like I'll go full autist. And I think only my wife can really handle that. Like, we must be here then, and then we have to go here, and then we're going to eat, and then we're going to go here, and then we're going to go here, and then we can relax and shop.
But she's married to you, so she's like, this is how it is. 25
She's kind of the same way though. Like, when we bring a bunch of people, because we always try to bring more people to like give more press to it. Like, she gets annoyed because like people are like running off, doing whatever, and like, so if I take her once and we stick to the plan, then everything's good. I'm with Jeremy. I want to see the shows and then look at stuff in time with no show. Yeah, see, exactly. If you're a true Renfarer, that's what you want. You want to see the shows, and then when you have downtime, that's when you fuck around. That's when you get your food. That's when you go. But like, you're there for the shows. It costs a lot of money to go, and you're not there just to people watch. At least the first time. I really want to go to the Renfest in Wisco, but I always miss it. It moves around. It's the same one that goes to Texas, and it's the same one that goes to Minnesota, I think, too. Jack the Whipper is the best, although I was sad when he opened up that he won't perform Sephiroth. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I think you're talking about the guy. Yeah, Jack the Whipper. Yeah, that's him. Anyway, sorry. I'm thinking about the Ren Fair. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See ya. Have a good weekend. Yeah, I can't